There we go. Can I be heard now? Hello, guys. How goes it? How we doing? I am Jam. Hey, my friends. You know, MJam, I could have used a nap today. Today was a very long day at work. I feel like for Atlani, I need to be kind of classy. I need to get a long dress for my avatar. Hey, buddy. Hey, Jade. How are you? Alex! I feel that. I feel the surviving. So, I know I said Atlani, but I figured we might as well get the little tidbits of Layeen done. I wasn't quite done with Endwalker when I ended stream the other day, so I felt it only just that I do this. Mage! Hey, welcome in. Okay, no worries. This is literally just gonna be doing these little bits of running around and then calling it a night on her. I tidbits, actual tidbits, not tibbits. In this case, the correct term was also used. It is a fun reference. I love that one. Yes, I can get the Lunar Envoy stuff for her. So for those who don't know, me and Jade used to play D&D together all the time. And in 3.5, the original 3.5, not 3.75, which was Pathfinder, there was a fan-made race called a Tibbit, Tibbit, and it was a cat familiar that gained so much energy it took on a humanoid form in the form of a halfling. And they could shapeshift between the two. And I made the crack one time because we were getting chased by ginormous spooters that I'm a tidbit, not a tibbit. And it stuck. And that has been like the one of the few things that I have said in a D&D game that have gotten me infamous in our gaming circle. It was fun. Couple of troublemakers. I'm gonna do it after I get all this stuff done, though. I do too, sometimes. I'm gonna save her. I'm gonna save Lane's dearest for last. Lane, thou hast spoken with our comrades. Though this parting be not for evermore, 'Tis nonetheless an occasion of 'tis nonetheless occasion for sorrow, akin to a pixie's path. The navigation of such farewells is a perilous endeavor indeed. For their part, however, the Loporrits embark upon a new beginning. Though bereft of its purpose as a vessel, the moon yet remaineth hospitable for centuries, or for the creatures of Aetheris. Thus do our lunar visitors convene with the Forum, intent upon assigning some new beneficial role to our solitary satellite. Yet ere that may come to pass, there is much more each party must learn of the other, a process which doth promise to be eventful indeed. To that end, a comrade, a cadre of Loporrits hath gleefully dispersed across our lands in the name of mutual understanding. Heidelin, 'tis said, did imbue with them with her love for all things born of the star, and 'tis Venar's own nature, I believe, which doth manifest in this irrepressible, inexhaustible curiosity of theirs. Having witnessed that which they strove to achieve, I wish most keenly for their long labors to be rewarded, that their abiding affection for man result in a boon for all. Moreover, I hope to continue our acquaintance and share in such knowledge as they see fit to impart. Acquaintance? I would call it friendship, Urianger. I did not wish to presume. I would be honored should they consider me a friend. For 'tis certainly true that I have grown fond of their company. But I shall digress no further. This day should belong to the scions of the seventh dawn, not to mine incomparable companions. Oft times hath mine reticence caused thee grief, and mine actions spurred allies to suspect a betrayal. And yet here amongst you I still stand. No amount of words could express my gratitude for thine acceptance and forgiveness. Thus, instead, I do proffer my humble support, be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs found. My cats, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, raiders. I am Sierra Orsi, and I'm currently doing one alt. I'm finishing her off in Endwalker, and I'm about ready to do my. Okay. Welcome in, everyone. How was your stream? What were you up to? Thank you, Alex. Oh, you were playing 14. Oh, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, everyone. What were you up to in 14? Ooh, Idleshire.
Hello, Brat Simpson.
Nice. Brat Simpson. What?
Welcome, welcome. Well, apparently I can't go any further up in the chat, so it's fine.
And anyone who's joined in, we're finishing off the last little bits on Lane, who just ended Endwalker, base Endwalker, might I add. I'm going to be switching over to a different to a different character. She is finishing out post Stormblood and about to hop into Shadowbringers. That said, anybody joining in on the raid, please feel free to take your R&R time. Go take care of whatever you need to do. Do bio break, grab food, grab water, walk around, stretch. If you're just about to eat dinner, please go grab it. Feel free. Thank you for bringing your community in. So are you done with Dawn Trail? Have you gotten to Dawn Trail? And post Dawn Trail, might I add? And if you don't mind me asking, what data center do you play on and what server? Be it unto the deepest abyss or the highest heavens, even if I must needs fonder cross stormy seas, ever shall I answer thy summon. Yeah, I'm enjoying doing some of the older expansions, especially seeing the changes that they've made. It's fun to see some of the changes that I remember being different, like some of the old dungeons. Oh, fair. I just noticed the ad started, so I'll wait for a minute. Ooh, Crystal Diabolos, nice, love it. A lot of people are over on Diabolos. That's always fun. But yeah, I've been enjoying doing some of the old content that I went through and seeing the differences that they've done, the changes to the story that I don't remember being there. It's amazing. And the changes aren't huge changes, they're minor ones that you wouldn't notice unless you knew what to look for. Lane, seen to your preparations, have you? I'm just making another sweep of my belongings. I've been loving going back and seeing all the tweaks they have made. Right? It is a fun. I think that's half the reason why I also enjoy doing alts, although sometimes I'm skipping through everything. Like I do it off stream and I just keep skipping through. One of these days when they finish rolling out all the graphical updates, I'm gonna do. Right. That's fair. That is very fair. Do it on your main and just run through it everything. The only thing that I don't like doing on New Game Plus, which is why I'd want to do it on a character that has everything leveled to 100, is because you don't get experience for doing New Game Plus. So if you have everything at max level, it doesn't matter. You can try out different classes from the start, especially the ones that you feel like you wanted to learn more how to do, but you wanted to play it from one and it started at 50 or something like that. Right, I agree. There's some things that the immersion's there. The immersion issue is there big time. I'm just making another round of my belongings. Would it do to find I've forgotten something halfway to my destination? Oh, in case you hadn't heard, we've received new reports detailing the devastation caused by the final days. Oof! I'm sorry, Jade. It appears the situation is gravest in the lands surrounding the Bounty, where the sky first began to burn. After that, the calamity was observed in the far north, in Garlemald and the frozen lands beyond. We also had reports of the heavens catching fire in isolated locations, one which was in the area in an air take two. Right. Get some rest, and I hope you feel better soon, Jade. One of which was an area in the northern Enti. Had our quest taken any longer, Charlian too may have come under threat. Thank goodness it's over. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming. To be sure, blasphemies and lesser beasts may still be roaming about, but these localized crises should be well within the capacities of each nation to handle on their own. The Scions are no longer needed. Which isn't to say that we won't help out where we can, of course. As individuals, no more of this order business. For my part, I'll be heading to Garlemald with Alphino. They were among the worst affected and still need all the help they can get. It won't be easy. An inevitable part of aiding those in need is coming face to face with tragedy. Knowing it doesn't make it any easier though. That I'll curse my weakness, my inability to fix every problem and save every lost soul. But no matter how much it hurts, I won't give up. I'll do what I can for as many people as I can, begrudging no effort. And should I find myself discouraged, I'll remember you. Think back fondly to one of my many moments of triumph, an accompanying determined expression. Think back fondly to one of your many moments of triumph, the accompanying determined expression. Even those that still annoy me in retrospect, like when you activated the teleporter without warning. And should you hear about me, I want you to remember too. Remember that I'm out there somewhere, trying my best. I look forward to hearing all about the legendary Alizé Levier. Not that I'm not trying to become famous or anything. That being said, the next time we meet, I'll be vastly improved, so don't be surprised when you find yourself marveling at me. We would expect nothing less of you, Alizé. This is like one of the few times where I'm kind of upset they didn't voice these. You know? I would have loved it. I get why not, but I would have loved it. I think it have felt a bit more personable to them. Right, I love her sass. I have always loved Alizé's sass. I'm saving Estinian for last for this character. Oh, Laine. Pray forgive me for delaying the gathering. I was writing a letter, you see, to my parents. As busy as father has been, tending the aftermath of the Exodus, he has been good enough to show concern for the Scions. Right? For reasons. And besides, I have made them worry enough for a lifetime. Henceforth, I will endeavor to write as often as I am able. A little effort to set their minds at ease while we continue to be away from Charlian. Both Alizé and I are off to assist with Garlemald's recovery. Ninja! Though uncertainty remains over what will become of of the nation, we cannot well leave the capital in its present state. We will rejoice in those members of the Ilsabad contingent. I'm tripping over everything today. We will rejoin those members of the Ilsabad contingent still stationed there. Lucia and Maxima helm the relief effort, with support from our allies, the people of Garlemald among them. They will gradually be joined by those who have finished treating the tempered across the lands. Nagi! Lest you misunderstand, we do not seek redemption for failing Licinia and her sister. That is a burden we must always bear. Nay, we go because of the truth in Lord Quintus's words. The truth that whatever ideals individuals may espouse, nations are not moved to action unless they stand to benefit. For the foreseeable future, the fallen empire will be at the mercy of both internal and external forces. And though I do not doubt the intentions of the contingent, with greater powers involved in the relief effort, our allies may well find themselves drawn into a political agenda. In going, we seek to ensure that the needs of the people come first, to understand their hearts that we might better help them to begin anew. You'd best write me too, Alphino. Write you letters? Of course I'd be glad to do so. But I would be gladder still were you to come and visit. And I believe I speak for Alize as well. For fairly as long as I've been in Eorzea, you've been at my side, watching over me, in good times and in bad. How many times have we gathered to share tidings? None could possibly count. The world is changing and will continue to do so, yet no matter what the future brings, I hope that I can ever look to you, in good times and in bad, as a dependable comrade and dear friend both. Of course. Thank you, Lane, from the bottom of my heart. I will never understand people's dislike of the twins. I just can't. Rio! Feels a little strange now me link pearl's gone quiet. Since my unique skills are no longer needed for the safety of the star and all that, I'm gonna become an adventurer like you and travel far and wide. I imagine I'll be heading back to Mericidia or the New World. Just need to find myself a ship first. Whee! What? You know, I wish we'd get more out of this man. Seriously. He's such a cool character. Yoshi P, can we have a real expansion? Please? Actually, do us this. When we go to Mericidia, make it about him. Make him stand out more. He is such an awesome character, though. He did a lot of help for us with the Crystal Braves. And it's been done before. You can make a side character, main character for a little while. I mean, they gave Ori Boulder and Colin a voice. Let's do real. Come on. And look at Graha. he was a footnote for Crystal Towers, effectively. That's all he was there for. Exactly. Graha started as a side character. Now look at him. Right? Alphino is such an awesome character. Like, I understood a lot of people's dislike of him in ARR. He was so snobbish, but then he got slapped in the face with reality. And no harder slap than when Estinian showed up too. Aside from Ilberd. Ilberd was a really big wake up call. But Estinian took him down a peg or two too. Oh, Lane, might you have a moment to talk? With the Scion stepping away from the public eye, I have been left to consider what new endeavors I might pursue. Uh-oh. And you want that awesome leap that he got, right? Yeah, right? I want a Stinian's jump. Can we have a Stinian's jump, please? And after speaking with Cryle, I've decided I'll be assisting her in rebuilding the students of Baldessian. Not only am I indebted to Master Galef for giving me a new home, but had our order never existed, I would have never set foot within the Crystal Tower. How different my life might have been. I would have never met you, and never become caretaker of the tower, never become a scion. Oh, yeah. You gave me the chance to do so much good, and I hope to continue to do so with the students. For an added benefit, new mysteries often find their way to our doorsteps. Mysteries that could prove ideal for fulfilling our promise to embark on a new adventure together, unlike any we've experienced before. Am I the only one who finds Graha's nervous wrist rub and tail swish adorable? I find it so adorable. Whenever you have the time and inclination, my friend, I stand ready to accompany you unto the unknown. Do you recall in the realm of the Omnicrons, when I asked if you thought I may someday be mentioned in your epic? While 'tis true that to earn a place at your side would be the stuff of dreams, I stand ever ready. In the end, nothing would give me greater joy than to stand with you in the here and now. It needn't be some grand endeavor. There needn't be a promise. Whenever a adventure calls, I won't hesitate to invite you, and I hope that you will do the same for me. Right? Tone it down, fanboy. We love you, but calm down. As long as you don't overexert yourself. Including with the excitement there, Graha. Right? As long as you don't overexert yourself. I know, I know. I can all but hear Lena and Becklug's voices each time you remind me. As much as we have already seen, there's still so much we haven't. Who knows? Perhaps we will even encounter survivors of the Omnicrons somewhere out there. Yeah, we have one that's wandering around in the real world. After all, given how they took to the stars, it isn't implausible that some found themselves far from home. And should we encounter a wayward traveler awaiting commands that will never come, I would bid them seek adventure with someone, and with that partner find new purpose, a new dream. For if crystals can hold fast to dreams, why not omnicrons? Wherever your plans may lead, do not hesitate to send word, and should a commission of interest come my way, you will be the first to know. Deal. I seriously need to practice Graha's voice. I don't. I wish I could do that one a bit better. Same with Urianger. Oh, are we saying our farewells too? I hadn't at present planned on a journey of any great length. Not that I am averse to a moment or two of quiet reminiscence. In fact, there was something I've been meaning to ask you. Something that has been in my thoughts since the last flames of the final days subsided. I'm During our travels, we have witnessed more than a lifetime's worth of oddities and spectacles, more than can be easily recalled or remembered. And nestled amongst those memories are certain essential facts, the history of affairs, and the ancients, glimpses of the Aya, and their culture and philosophy. Rather than simply hoard such treasures in my mind, I wonder if I should not be disseminating them in formal records for wider consumption. When needed, I have penned reports and prepared briefings, but ever have I balked at the idea of binding the subject of my studies in a book or tablet. Truth is given shape in interpretation. When we seek to capture it with our words, it is invariably molded to fit a narrative, no matter how well intentioned the rendering. An event as described as sad, a summation which fails to express this emotional complexity, yet the word on the page is what endures, a pale shadow of reality. Throughout history, some have deliberately embellished the truth, but I believe many, if not most, deviations are the result of similar linguistic shortcomings, piling one up on the other until the end result is unrecognizable from its origin. Which is why I fear that writing an account in my own words would be akin to diluting fine wine with water. Yet, even with the potential for corrupted meaning, I do, of course, realize the importance of keeping written records. Without them, my search for wisdom would be a painful affair indeed. What say you on this matter? Should I take up the quill, reflect upon those experiences only we have shared, and seek to preserve them for prosperity? Posterity, excuse me. Aye, let them be read and remembered. Very well. Then I shall endeavor to pen what I can of the Aya, and the ancients, and so many other wonders. But I am no scribe. It will be less a polished work and more of a reordering of scattered notes. In any case, I feel much better for having sought your opinion. Left to my own devices, we tend to overthink such things. Left to our own devices, we tend to overthink such things. I will otherwise return to following where my curiosity leads. After all, a safe method of travel to the first yet eludes me, and our venture into the great expanse has prompted an entirely new set of questions. Should you stumble into the unknown, or struggle with some impenetrable mystery, know that I am at your beck and call. It never hurts to see things from a different perspective, and mine is rather different than most. You're not wrong. Fleming! Ah, our champion and savior, I was beginning to think my chance for an audience would never come. That sounded more amusing in my head. I bet it did. Thancred. Thancred. Okay, am I the only one who would have loved to have heard at least that part of that conversation voiced? Because that would have been hilarious to hear Peter say that. Speaking of heads, I was worried about yours, and the rest of you, for that matter. On the mend, I trust? Glad to hear it. You were in a bad way, and healing magics or no, I'm impressed by how swiftly you recovered. Then again, 'tis hardly the first time you've cheated death. Your strength of will has never failed to astonish me. Look at what you've accomplished. Meteon defeated her song of oblivion cut short, the source and all her reflections delivered from the final days. If you had faltered at the last, then all hope would have been lost. But you held fast. Now Reen has a tomorrow to look forward to, and I could ask for no greater gift than that. As for a lesser gift, however, the next time you stay here, I would appreciate you not describing my travel plans with Oriange as aimless wandering. We've a purpose in our roaming, after all, keeping an eye on things in the absence of the Scions on the world stage. There'll never be an end to the little problems that go unattended by nations. We will do our best to help out where and when we can. Which I suppose is an approach to not too far removed from aimless wandering when you get down to it. Perhaps you could tell her after. Perhaps you can tell her I am faring well, and leave it at that, eh? No need to mention this feeling of being uprooted. I have been I've never been one to stand still for long, but when I think of home, 'tis the rising stones which comes to mind. How many times have we set out from this base thence to return when our work was done? On the day the Scions came together, I only hoped for Nymphelia to find a place where she belonged. But never did I expect to find one here for myself. Indulge me, Lane. I have a question for you. And imagine Nymphelia herself is asking. Are you glad you joined the Scions? Best decision I've ever made. Oh God, no! I mean, I've heard horror stories from back when 2.0 hit, and I'm just like, I can't even imagine being all the way over over in Limsalomins than having to go by foot back to the Waking Sands. That would suck. Oh, more ads. Pray return to the week. I bet. I wish I didn't. Ow. Pop. All right. Almost done with the ads. There we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Done. I I can honestly say the same. But all good things must come to an end, at least for a time. Should you need a helping hand for infiltration or reconnaissance, you know who to ask. I'll come running, and you'll likely get a certain funny talking fortune teller into the bargain. Of that I have no doubt. Also, I have two people I can talk to. Also, how did I forget Cryo? Everyone else must be done. Estinian's last. Oh, Zaheen, how are you feeling? Any lingering aches or pains? I'm good. I cannot apologize enough for sending Xenos to find you in Ultima Thule. When he came to me in Charlian, I was truly torn. As ever, there was only one thing on his mind. Forced to make a decision, I reasoned that if he would not be deterred from seeking you out, he might at least aid us in our cause, and so I struck a bargain. In the end, he was true to his word, and you defeated him despite your earlier exertions. But knowing the state you were found in, it could have ended very differently. No, don't boil the Lalafell. Bio? No! Cryo's sweet! What the heck? Bio? What the hell? How you doing, Bio?
Oh. Oh no. Oh no.
That is a funny scene. I won't deny that. That is hilarious when that happens. So I take it you're hungry. My decision almost cost you your life. No words could express the remorse I feel. I feel that. It worked out. You did the right thing. It is a relief to hear you say that. Thank you. Oh, bio. Whatever will we do with you? They're not actually potatoes, you know this, right? Nor are they made of potatoes. Don't get Ninja mad at you. How would I don't even want to know. Bio. Why? Why? Oh wait. I'm gonna drop out of this conversation. This is going from bad to worse. I'm gonna let Ninja and Nagi handle you. Yeah, I know you will. Time and time again, I've been made to feel woefully inadequate. I wasn't much use in battle, nor could I face the forum without my nerves getting the better of me. It always fell to you and the others. I must and will do better. It's hilarious. I always find the Lalas with food names hilarious. And I shall begin with the restoration of the students of Aldestian. Through our work, Charlian will strengthen its ties with other nations, that we may be better prepared to face whatever threats arise in the future. I mean, fair. Of course, this isn't something I can accomplish alone, but thankfully I have the staunchest of help in Raha and Ojika, and our other remaining members. Together we'll continue grandfather's work. As before, certain commissions will take us to dangerous locales, and we may need to call upon seasoned adventurers. In such time, might you be willing to assist us? Not because you feel obliged, mind you, but because you feel allure for the task itself. Of course. Right? Marvelous. Should something of interest arise, I shan't hesitate to reach out to you. Until that day, I shall endeavor to become a more dependable comrade. Okay, last person. I love how she crosses her arms at him. I thought I heard a puppy. I did the girl. I missed the tail. Oh no. If you have something to say, then out with it. Right? Brooding versus brooding. I wanted to for my little my purple mikote just have it as well at the end of it. Good talk, walk away. Just wondering, worried how you'll earn your keep now. Right? Just wondering how I'll earn my keep now. Do the first one. Just wondering, worried about how you'll earn your keep now. You talk as if the Scion's dissolution was more than just mere pretense. There may be fewer calls to action, but we should be compensated as before. Why are you so concerned for me anyway? Why do you think? In any case, I do not want for options, even if some are worse than others. No sooner did Amric hear about our disbandment than he offered me a position as a guardsman in the Imperium district. As a former Azure Dragoon, I'm guaranteed to be popular, he said. Who does he take me for? Even without his meddling, I'm perfectly capable of finding employment, and have. Right? He can't be trusted to earn. He needs somebody like Tataru, like right next to him all the time. No, 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 no. Let me handle the bargaining. Shut up. Right. Some days ago, a Harnish envoy arrived with word from Vritra. The one requests my presence as soon as things have settled here. He didn't deny to mention why I'm needed, but it pertains to dragons, like as much not. Right. In Thavner, like elsewhere, the phenomena caused by the final days abated when you defeated Meteon. Though it was too late for those who had already transformed, life is beginning to return to normal for the survivors. Of those who sought refuge in Sharlayan, most have already returned home. But many do not have a home to return to, nor loved ones. By an arrangement between Vritra and the Forum, such souls may remain in Sharlayan if they wish to work and study. Vritra was always the satrap in truth. It's gratifying to see him become one in name as well. One who has to complete one who has the complete confidence of his people, if the envoy's tone was any indication. I often find myself speaking favorably of dragons of late. Not so long ago I would have assumed his benevolence hid ulterior motives, but 'tis clear he cares for his people, and they in turn revere him. To know such a nation may flourish is comforting. Vritra's kin sought release from conflict. So weary were they of the suffering it wrought, they surrendered to oblivion. But Midgardsormr didn't give up. In hope, he made the journey to distant Aetheris with his clutch of eggs. And though his progeny yet went on to be embroiled in conflict with men, there were times when they transcended hatred to abide in harmony. That is their legacy and their triumph. In my lance I feel the weight of their struggle and the strength of their resolve. It, it lends me strength. These things I might never have learned had I not joined you. Should you ever have need of me, I will come. At the very least, it may be an opportunity to earn coin. As long as you hold on to it, sir. Literally at the tail end of this, and then I'm going to be hopping over to a different character. Spoken your fill, have you? If so, I'm thinking to send everyone off. Let's do this, Tataru. With your permission, then? Your attention, please. At risk of spoiling the mood, the time of departure is upon us. In my capacity as your receptionist, I bid you all safe journeys. Till next we meet, be well. Huzzah! I got Argos. Bestest pupper. Well, I don't know. Is it bestest pupper, or has that fallen to a Torgal? And Argos is second bestest pupper. What do you guys think?
I suppose we're off to Garlemald then. Though we ought to speak with Lord Emmerich first. If he's received word of any recent developments, we need to know.
'Twould be prudent to purchase some warmer clothes at least. Mayhap we can pick up a few souvenirs for Euless and the others while we're at it.
Where will you all be heading next?
Dravania, there is a book I've been meaning to borrow from the Great Google Library. And I can think of at least one person who will be most displeased should I fail to visit before leaving.
We've no particular destination in mind, but we do intend to stop in Charlian before we set off.
We had thought to ask after the locals. I am curious as
I could
to
see
how
that.
those who chose to remain are adapting to their changed circumstances.
Might we accompany you then? Raha and I were planning to return to the Baldessian Annex.
Commissions have been piling up in our absence, and they must be dealt with ere we begin our work in earnest. Estinian, you will return to Rads at Han, will you not?
Aye. For Vritra's benefit, though I've yet to hear the details. I may not stay long.
I see. Then it is here the Scions at last part ways, each to some far-flung corner of the realm.
Wait a minute.
Perhaps. But I believe one of our number, a rather important one at that, has yet to divulge her plans.
Wait, why am I being called out?
Quite right.
Wait. Hush you.
Fair point.
Wait a minute.
So, what's next for our humble adventurer?
I feel like that humble should have had quotations after everything we've done. Our humble adventurer. Meteon! Wherever the wind shall take me is where I'll head. Although not a blue glowing bird, it is a blue bird. Right? Yet stand tall, my friend, our journey will never end. So I have a question for you all in chat. Oh, this one. I'll let it play out. Do we want to have it to be on Wednesday or Tuesday since I'm moving around a few things? I do a couple of hours doing unlocks for this stuff, Pandemonium and Mythos, and then moving on to Atlani? Or do we want to just do all of this next Wednesday?
Juliet, something stirs.
Hello, Themis.
Yes.
Elizabeth.
Steeped in darkness, deep as starless night. The beast hungers.
I'm going to be switching to Atlani after this. After all this is done.
Alas, I dare not investigate in earnest before the coming of my guiding star, as she foretold.
I want to get her moving on post Stormblood stuff.
To confront the dread beast, Pandemonium.
Pandemonium.
Oh, the sights we shall see. The sights we shall see.
Elizabeth! Why are you buzzing, phone? Buzz, 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 buzz. You have completed the main scenario quests and Walker. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Old Charlian. There is one thing I'm going to go grab. Its chorus might ring for all. I think I still have some of the gunmetal black. I do not remember. Not Orrent. Old Charlian. Which is closer? Going to route that Han really quick. That is actually cheaper. Rod that Han. I can't try it on, though. And they don't have a market board. Which, that confuses the crud out of me. I can buy this stuff here. I cannot try it on here. Disciple of War. Oh, wrong one. That is Poetics. Right? Why doesn't this place actually have one? Yeah, it doesn't make sense that Rods, of all places, doesn't have one, but Old Charlian does. Yes. Okay. So, put those back on. Die. How's it going, Frozen? You know what, guys? I don't know, I still like that better. How you doing, Frozen? Okay. I'm buying it because I wanted it. That's what I've been waiting for. That's right. I'd have to do it the other way. Okay. I'm gonna do this, guys, just because I want to see which one we think looks better. Sounds about right. F yeah! Hey, Zonzi, how are you? Welcome in! Welcome! Okay, guys, what do we think? Do we like this one with the trench coat or this one with the Lunar Envoy top? Yeah, I feel that. I mean, fair. That is adorable. Where is that from? That is cute! I do like that gunbreaker top. I really do. But I also have really wanted the Lunar Envoy gear because it looks so good on her. It's a tough decision. Ooh, I haven't done the role quests on this character yet, though, so I can't dye it. It's staying black for right now. Right? Wait, that beats out. Oh yeah, it does. That's right. I'm derping. Leave me alone. It's like, wait a minute. That doesn't. Oh wait, yeah, it does. Right? I have to buy those though. Right? Well, you can. The one that you can't get right now, if I remember correctly, is the Radiant gear. Unless you know where to look. Because it's the Corundum and the Lunar Envoy. Unless... Nope, that's all the Heidelin and stuff like that. So I don't know where you would get the Radiant gear, if it's still available. Because this is all the Lunar Envoy gear, which I have always liked the Lunar Envoy. Yeah, you'd have to get it from your retainer. The random drop from a retainer, you know? Right? Praise be to RNG. It's that one adventurer who dropped it, you know, into the void. And your retainer happened to survive going down there. Or to there. Somehow. Okay. I'm going to be hopping off her here in a second. I don't know how far I am from, I thought that was somebody else. Okay. Some of this stuff I haven't done the lockbox with her. Wait a minute. What? Oh, wow. Aki! Hey, you! How are you? How have you been? That's cool! That's awesome! I mean, I'm glad you're enjoying the stream, not that you're sick. Is what I meant out of that. I hope you get better soon. Yes, we have been missing you dearly. Ninja was just asking us about you, literally either yesterday or the day before. So, last I heard you had started a new job. Is that right, Aki? That's what I thought. I didn't know you had gotten sick, but I know you had started a new job, so I didn't know if that was why we hadn't seen you around for a little bit, aside from you being sick. We just missed you. We were wondering where you was at. Oh, I have quests to do. That's right. I might actually get going on those. I do have my job quest though. Ah, that's fair. That is very fair. Sleepy bee. Oh my god. I'm doing good. Oh wait. I forgot. Does this new role quest or job quest have an ability for me before I get started on this? I don't remember. I'm going to Gridania. I was going to start on the MSQ, but I wanted to go check this out really quick. Or is this the one I think it is? Na 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 na. Yes, she is. Mitra seems to be having trouble making headway with her research. I searched through the usual histories, but found scant mention of Sari. 'Tis as Prin has said, records of his existence have all been expunged. And since my own knowledge is limited to the day I was stored away, or and since my own knowledge is limited to the day I was stored away, we must rely on those lost Olagon records that escaped the purge. My colleague Rambros may be able to help us there. Hardly a day goes past when his team does not lift some forgotten treasure from the ruins in Mordona. Shall we pay him a visit? Exactly. To Mordona, then. Pretty bird. Uh-oh. I won't be able to get into bed tonight, guys. My bed has been taken up. Puppy. Gemma is on my bed and she's laying right across where my head rests. She's kind of blocked out right now by the door, but she's over there. Yamitra has informed me of your search, and I shall be certain to contact you should our discoveries include any mention of this Sari. There may, however, be a swifter way to acquire the information you seek. I know of a certain merchant who collects undeciphered tombstones, with even greater zeal than the sons of St. Conic. Ah, you speak of Rowena. Aye, we have formed something of a symbiotic relationship with her consortium. In return for financing our excavations, we provide Rowena with a selection of our finds. I'm sure you would find her amenable to a request for assistance. After all, you would merely need to borrow her tombstones for a time, yes? Here, I've penned a letter with my personal reassurance that her stock will be returned none the worse for wear. Huckleberry pie. Wait. What? Guys. Guys. That is hilarious. Right? Well, actually, I can get out. I just won't be able to lay down until she moves. And she's unmade the bed a little bit. as per usual. Is dog. Hi, what can I do for you? So you've the backing of old Rambros, eh? Well, I suppose it wouldn't hurt to lend you some of my tombstones. In fact, I'll do you one better, and let you borrow the transcripts, courtesy of the scribes at the ironworks. As books, they're a damn sight heavier, but you don't need fancy machines when it's all penned down in ink and parchment. Give me a summary of the context when you finish, and I'll consider that as payment. Collectors will part with more coin if they know what they are getting, and my time is too precious to waste on reading ancient history. Consider it a deal, Rowena. Thank you. Well, Atlani, shall we get to work? Agreed. Are you up top? Is that where you went? I don't remember. Fancy that. I've barely begun skimming the very first volume, and there are already some promising pages. Let us make print and let us wake Prin and share our findings, shall we? Ah, Rambros, have you come to check on our progress? This charming tome is Principia, a sentient familiar of ancient Alag. A pleasure to meet you, Master Rambros. Pray, call me Prin if you prefer. Thank you, Prin. And might I say what a privilege it is to meet such a rare and clever construct. Clever? Well, yes, apparently Prin was written that way. In fact, we were just hoping to hear an opinion on a new snippet of information I've uncovered. 'Twas an order listed in a record of imperial material communications, military communications, commanding that the fruits of the master summoner's research be seized. It appears that the army had more than a passing interest in Sari's experiments. And what exactly was the purpose of this research? Master Sari toiled to wed summoning magics with ethereal-chemical technology. For example, he experimented with replacing grimoires with mechanical mediums, and sought to manifest energy of greater authenticity by utilizing high-speed computations. Simply put, he turned to machines to enhance traditional summoning methods. Is that the gist of it? Correct! But Master Sari was never one to abuse the success of his experiments. No matter how they magnified his power, he would not place his trust in machines. Their inherently complex nature was too prone to error, he said. The dates on these communications indicate a time in the latter half of Sari's life. Is it possible something could have occurred between crafting you and the execution of this order that may have greatly altered the summoner's outlook? There was, of course, the violent wave of anti-summoner sentiment that swept through Alag. It claimed the lives of many of Master Sari's disciples. Following their deaths, he began spending much of his time cloistered within his laboratory. Such an incident could certainly be responsible for changing a man, and Principia You were unaware of subsequent events once you fell into slumber, yes? From what we've learned so far, 'tis safe to say that the foe we encountered is related to Sari's research in some way. And there are likely more clues buried in these records. I shall speak with Captain Wolf and ask to borrow the sharp minds of his summoner squad. 'Tis a rather intimidating pile to tackle on our own. Well, seeing as you have the transcripts, there is no need to travel far. You're welcome to make use of my tent and the reference materials on Alag found therein. That would be an enormous help, thank you. Let's haul these books to the dig site, shall we? Let's haul these books to the dig site, and they're left there. Lamau. I don't remember if this actually gives me anything, does it? No. Okay. Wait, which one is this? That's why. My next gain is not until 70. Okay. The lack of gaining for Summoner. Holy crud. What is up? They're all here again. You are the adventurer Atlani, are you not? Several of our surveyors have been... Oh. That was something else. Our summoner colleagues arrived with a swiftness after I relayed to them our request. 'Tis well to see them recovered from their injuries. With everyone pitching in, we stand a good chance of finding something useful. Ah, here's the bugger I was looking for. 'Tis a record of when the military finally caught up with Sari. It says here the summoner was found dead, killed by someone else, it seems. Then we have proof of the original Sari's demise in the Third Astral Era. Now there remains the question of who or what attacked us in this age. My coin is on one of those clone creations. Is there aught more to the story, Lieutenant? Aye, it goes on to describe how the Imperial Army took over Sari's research, lauding his experiments as exceptionally dangerous but ripe with potential applications. They shifted operations to an artificial island soon after and began practical testing. One cataclysmic accident later, though, and that was the end of that. This artificial island must be a reference to Seal Rock, the very site of our encounter with the present-day Sari. During the battle, my creator, Simulacrum, exhibited the ability to summon multiple Edgy simultaneously as well as manifest highly authentic facsimiles of flesh and blood entities. The basis of every one of these unorthodox techniques can be traced back to the Master Sari's research into machine-enhanced summoning. I'd say we have enough evidence to support a working theory then. Namely, that the Alagan military was using a clone of the deceased Sari to perform hazardous experiments, tests which explore the feasibility of ethereal chemically bolstered summoning magics. And then we landed on Seal Rock. We must have somehow awoke the remnants of those experiments. Mayhap we have solved the mystery of who the attacker was, But now I would know the place to where he fled. What refuge exists for such a being? From what I can gather, the results of Sari's work were bundled off to some secret laboratory called the Ethereochemical Research Facility. I've been there before. You know of this place, miss? Is it far? Kind of. Azizla. If that's where they're keeping Sari's research, then it's possible the clone may have headed there. Our squad will fly back to Seal Rock and make further investigations. The relics of the past may hold some hint we haven't yet discovered or considered. Only a bit far. An excellent idea, thank you. We shall return to Gridonia for the time being. I have this one and then I have the 71 and I'm good. Which is to fight Sari, if I remember correctly. Why am I not looking forward to this? Oh wait, because I know what's going on. I refuse to sleep until I see you make this jump, oh my god. Casual Bonita, huh? Dark Cocoa. Oh, now that's making me think of a really good Lala name. Why? I'm done. Brain, why did you do this to me? I think they were a Lalafell. I didn't see. Dion Snowden. I've received an update from Captain Wolf regarding their investigations on Seal Rock. It would seem that certain of the Olagon relics have shown signs of recent activation. The mechanisms were too heavily damaged to offer more in the way of useful information, however. I fear we must brave this Azazla facility, search for Sari ourselves. Is that what he was hoping for when he said I'll be waiting? It is possible. I did not think the detail important at the time, but the lock engaged by Master Sari's simulacrum was not of the strictest tier. Rather, the seal is one which fades upon the sealer's demise. Then he was goading us into finding and defeating him. Another challenge. Or is it simply a trap? I'm not fond of rushing into the unknown. Gird yourself for the worst, Atlani, and I will learn the present circumstances of the facility. I'm going to finish this and then be done because she's level 72. I have learned all there is to be learned about the research facility. The time has come to make our move. From what my sister and her colleagues have told me, the laboratories are housed in an extremely dangerous quadrant of Azazla. We'll not want to wander around inviting trouble, but rather plot the swiftest and safest route to our destination. There should be a terminal somewhere that will allow us to pinpoint the section where Sari's research is being stored. Once we arrive on Azazla, finding such a terminal will be our highest priority. Ah, I've informed Captain Wolf of our forthcoming expedition. He insisted that he and his summoner squad provide us with support. Let us make ready and meet them at Helix. Already on it. I kind of feel like I want to change Atlani's outfit, but I don't know how I want to change it. It's cute, but I don't know how I want to change it. Azislaw's even more fascinating than I imagined, but we mustn't let ourselves be distracted by the scenery. We should fan out and search for a control panel of some description. And we can use that to plan the simplest route to our objective. Yes, I can just fly there, guys. I got this. That's the big issue that I'm running into. Aye. Then we plunge ahead, swift and unsure, and bringing an end to this bastard clone. That is my intention. 'Tis important not to note, however, that we have yet to determine if our enemy is truly a clone or not. Even an artificial copy would appear as a living, breathing being. The man you fought on Seal Rock seemed almost otherworldly. I'm inclined to agree with you, Yamitra, but no matter what he is, we need to slay him to lift Prince Seal. The job remains the same. I believe it is a solo instance. True enough. Then we should first focus on finding that terminal. Atlani, if you would pray search around the base of the warring triad statues. Keep your guard up. If Sari knows we're coming, he may have prepared a welcome. I love how it's he may have, and the fact of the matter is, he has. Oh, they want me up there? Is that what they want? Okay. Oh, yes. Right. I predicted you would be the first to find me. A lesser summoner would have been slain. Atlani. Sari's clone, it's here! Clone? Ah, you seek to explain my existence. An Understandable theory, but I am far more than one of those clumsy creations. You had best abandon this flawed perception, lest it lead you down the path to failure. I shall await you inside. Potential. You will pass my test, your true final challenge, or you will die never knowing what I truly am. Falls teeth, he's gone again. Falls teeth? Did you see that, Atlani? The way he vanished. 'Tis akin to the dimensional dismissal of a summoned entity. So you're saying he's some sort of edgy? What's wearing Sari's face? But how can he look so solid and, well, alive? Welcome home, Nagi! Right? With the aid of a computational machine, it would be theoretically possible to reconstruct...
Sloppy.
Oh god, that scared me, dense! Oh my gosh! I was not paying attention, oh my god. What? Always shout out our friends. With the aid of a computational machine, it would be theoretically possible to reconstruct Ether into a near-perfect replica of Sari's corporeal form. He was summoned using a machine? Right. You're not wrong. Correct. Master Sari's research developed mechanical substitutes for grimoires. In fact, the lieutenant is standing right in front of one. This thing, eh? It looks a bit like them tumulus on Seal Rock. Only they was much bigger. Gods, can the bugger pop up anywhere there's one of these devices? Aye, I think we can now safely assume that this Sari is the product of enhanced summoning magic. But our answer leaves us with yet another question. If Sari is an edgy, then who is the summoner? Even if the grimoire is replaced by a machine, there must still exist the one who commands it. We've got to find the master then. If we don't squash the summoner, the bastard'll just bring Sari back, the Sari edgy, back again and again and again. Right? Whomever the bastard may be, he or she must be concealed somewhere nearby. An entity will always be summoned within a certain distance of the summoner. Even machine-enhanced techniques cannot circumvent this basic principle. That our antagonist chose not to make an appearance on Seal Rock suggests a reluctance to expose oneself to direct harm. In this location, however, with so many computational devices near to hand, I expect the foe's art will be significantly bolstered. So the edgy will be even stronger than last time. All the more reason to take down the summoner quickly before we're swamped by ethereal horrors. Well, I've brought a little device that should help. An ethereometer. I borrowed from my sister Stola. If I can detect the right cards, it should lead us straight to our hidden enemy. Excellent, Yamitra. That may make all the difference, right? Let's be about this then. Summoner squad, take the van and clear the way forward. Aye, we've been waiting for the chance to prove ourselves, yet You just focus on finding the summoner, and we'll sweep aside the dregs. You got it. Okay, this is a solo instance, so I'm gonna hop out of party really quick. Okay, breathe. I got this. Ready for round 2, Atlani? The terminal has provided us with a direct route to the research storage chamber. We're going to rip through this facility and take Sari's clone apart. At least one of us does, right? It's an ethereal entity, Captain Wolf, not a clone. And I must point out that your true objective is the summoner rather than the servant. Right? I will. Right, I knew that. As we planned then, the summoner squad front and center. Carve Atlani a path through. Aye, Captain. Yamitra, you're in charge of finding whoever is pulling this imposter Sari's strings. Let's go. Took me twice, and then I had to put him on easy. The last time I did this fight, if I remember correctly. This fight sucks. Wonderful. You've done well to make it this far. The summoner has to be around here somewhere. Yamitra, use your gadget. I'll buy you some time. We've come here to remove the seal you put on Principia. Do as we ask, and this can all end peacefully. Sorry, Captain. I'm afraid I can't do that. To do so would run contrary to the purpose for which I was created. Surely by now you've come to realize my true nature. You're an edgy in the form of my creator, an existence made possible through a fusion of summoning magic and ethereal chemical technology. But while Master Sari was the last of the great summoners of Alag, you are not more than an elaborate imitation, and you are no match for the summoner who now stands before me. Very good, but your conjurer has missed the mark. What I am is a defense mechanism that is capable of self-enhancement in order to combat ever greater threats. Shall I phrase this in simple term? In the event that I encounter a presence with greater potential than Sari, I am compelled to harness the potential through main force and compose its ether into a new guardian entity. You mean to kill Atlani and make an edgy out of the warrior of light? Have we reached an understanding? A peaceable conclusion to this encounter was never forthcoming. His reasoning has broken down. Your deeds have saved countless lives, and will continue to do so. How can one justify killing you, mistress, when you embody the very principles of which summoning magic was invented? Yamitra, any luck finding that summoner? He is correct. I finished tracing the threads. The camouflage is impressive, but I'm still shocked that we missed something of that size. Our true enemy is up there. How observant of you. You have uncovered Master Summoner Sari's greatest masterpiece, an artificial sentient evocation matrix. The complexity of my design simply cannot be compared to the primitive principles used by Principia's construction. Your defeat is inevitable. Tough talk for an aging machine whose logic channels have obviously rusted with disuse. Mistress, might you and your companions dispose of this unsightly and unseemly amalgamation of refuse? You bet. Ah! This is not the time for my allergies to kick in. Right. One, two, three, four. Hell no. Thread that needle. Oh, hello. Bastard. Two, three. Oh, thank God it didn't count me as being hit. Oh, God. Yike. That would have been bad. Actually. Oh, okay. Ignore that. Okay. I'm missing it. I had to stay near you, though. Oh, target this. 8. Thank you. I did it! I never doubted you, mistress. May I suggest we now exit this unpleasant place? A stunning victory, Atlani. We've won the day, but Captain Wolf wishes to stay behind and conduct a thorough search. I told him it was still too dangerous to wander around alone, but... But the captain is a stubborn man. Not to worry, though. If aught should happen, we'll soon charge off to fight at his side. Captain Wolf will call if he needs us. Aye. We should be celebrating here. Does this not mean Prince Seal is now broken? Mistress's success is indeed something to be celebrated. I was not crafted to experience emotion, but I do feel a certain rustle of satisfaction in my pages. Once you've mastered them high and mighty techniques, you'll be... Oh, yeah. Once you've mastered those high and mighty techniques, you'll be stronger than ever. Well, I think I'd rather learn by your example, and anyway, instead of form musty scrolls written by some long-dead Allagan summoner. It is in the hopes of achieving just such an outcome that I awoke from my slumber. The art of summoning is for the living, as my master was once so fond of declaring. Atlani, pray let us say our farewells for the moment. Thank you for your aid, everyone. We could not have done this without you. Back to Gridania. Stretch. That felt easier. Welcome back, Atlani. You were only meant to face 3 challenges, and we ended up chasing your prize into the heavens themselves. An unexpected development which you handled with exceptional grace, mistress. And now, at long last, I can finally bequeath to you the highest secrets of summoning. Pray step forward. Thank you. What a monumentous occasion! The wisdom of the last of Alag's master summoners is yours. Ere you depart to explore your newfound power, however, Captain Wolf has a report for us. It should explain much of what occurred on Ozisla. Aye, well, I wanted to be sure the machine was truly undone, and after poking around inside I discovered a number of soul crystals. According to Principia, they belong to Sari's disciples. The captain also unearthed a tombstone containing undoctored records of that age. 'Twould seem that following the murder of his student, Sari became increasingly bitter. He began to doubt that the future could be safely entrusted to the capricious whims of mortals. Instead, he explored other methods by which new generations might be safeguarded from the threat of primals, and committed himself to ethereal chemical research. As you may have survived, the evocation matrix was the end result of Master Sari's toil. Drawing on its embedded soul crystals and unrivaled computational power, this terrible invention was capable of manifesting a veritable host of ethereal avatars. Once he was satisfied with his work, Sari commanded the machine to act as civilization's mightiest guardian, and then he killed himself. His ethereal essence was absorbed, and a formidable edgy was added to his invention's arsenal. So now you know the truth of it. What a price to pay to ensure that the art of summoning survived unto the morrow. After failing to protect his disciples, I wonder if he meant to preserve their soul crystals in their stead. Even if that were his intention, he chose the wrong way to achieve it. Prin here is the embodiment of the hopeful ideals of Sari's younger self. The murderous machine of his later years is the product of frustration and anger and grief. Ah, but what shall we do with the crystals? We cannot risk them falling into the hands of another villain like Tristan. If you wish, I could swallow the crystals and hold them safe until another era has need of them. My enchantments would ensure that they pass only into the hands of the worthy. Swallow? You mean eat them? Fear not, Captain. I have no digestive tract of which to speak. And now that I have instructed Mistress in the wisdom of Alag, this task shall be the last I perform ere I return to slumber. Wait, so this is farewell? Correct. Or mayhap more appropriate, good night. As a familiar, I was not enspelled to experience loneliness. I was, however, written with the knowledge that it is best not to draw out a parting of ways with needless sentimentality. No tears for you then, Apron. Summoning magic was created to combat the threat of the primals. The ideal world is one in which I need never again awaken. Wield the art well, mistress. Off to dreamland just like that. I suppose Prin's purpose is served, and that's the same as happiness to a familiar. Speaking of serving one's purpose, I think it's time I took my leave. Aye, the task of the morrow beckon to us all. Let us do what we may, so that Prin may rest peacefully for many years to come. I don't like the summoner gear. Yay! The Bahamut trance is mine. Okay. I haven't even entered Shadowbringers yet, so that's not going to be touched for a little while. Okay. I do have other job quests to do, but I think I'm going to actually hop to the story now. Actually, I'm going to do myself a favor. I'm going to step away and go do a quick bio break. So I'm going to run ads really quick, guys, and I will be right back. Thank you for the hydrate. Okay. And the stand. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. On with it. Onwards and upwards. Or something like that. There's a glowing behind me. Lee seems troubled. Spar! Box.
Come to see how we're getting on? We've made good progress since we took back Alamigo, but there's one big issue we still have to address. Leadership. The Domans had Lord Hien ready and willing to take the throne, but we've got no one like that here. Theodoric was our last ruler, and he wasn't called the Mad King for nothing.
Suffice it to say, our people have had their fill of kings, which means we need to find a new way forward.
If only it were that easy. Everyone and his uncle has an opinion. For the time being, we're just going to have to keep leaning on General Aldin and the Alliance for support, and see if we can't find a solution together. Something tells me we're going to be hosting a lot of meetings in the near future. But if that's what it takes, I'm ready to talk till my jaw aches. The Reach is yours, Nago. Don't do anything I wouldn't.
Aye, aye, Commander.
Ah, there you are. I've been searching all over for you.
Aaronville!
Don't worry, it's nothing bad. That said, this might not be the best place to talk. Will you join me?
Aaronvold!
I'll get to the point. Might you be interested in a spot of adventure? After all, we were adventurous before we were scions, were we not?
Exactly.
After routing the Imperials and liberating Alamigo, I reckon we've earned a bit of respite, don't you? And what better way to spend it than by returning to our roots? So, what say you? Shall we call on Alphino and go adventuring?
Twist my arm, why don't you? Sure, twist my arm, why don't you? Where are we headed on this adventure of yours, Aaronvold? Right then, let's go find Master Malevia. Actually, leave that to me. I want you fresh for our little adventure. Wait for us by the Aetheryte. We'll be along shortly. See you there. Still can't go diving in here, huh? Sad. What are you getting us into, Erenvold? Not that I'm against a little bit of adventuring, but... Catty Katsu, I like that name. Greetings, Atlani. 'Twould seem we are to accompany Erenveld on some manner of escapade. Have you any idea what we've gotten ourselves into? Allow me to explain. It'll be something of a history lesson, but I'll try to be brief. No snoring, if you please. Now, the events I would speak of occurred before the occupation, back when Alamigo was still a monarchy, and Theodric sat the throne. A uniquely brutal despot by all accounts. That he was. The King of Ruin suffered no rivals, real or imagined, and his dispute with the monks of the Fist ended with Rhalgr's Reach being burned to the ground. In the later years of his rule, he was seized by the unshakable belief that unforeseen forces were conspiring to steal his crown, and so he ordered that every soul with a claim to the throne be executed, including his own family. The wealth of the poor souls he put to death became the property of the king, and it said that these royal treasures were hoarded somewhere in the palace. Thus was born the legend of the Mad King's Trove. Ah, I believe I see the direction of our adventure is to take. I assume you have a mind to unearth this hidden bounty. You assume correctly. And I would also be correct in assuming that this legend is widely known. Others must surely have gone in search of your prize, tempting as it seems. Well, of course, we won't be the first to make the attempt. Following Alamigo's liberation, more than a few eager soldiers turned the place upside down in hopes of finding an easy fortune. But even after scouring every room from dawn till dusk, they uncovered not a single coin. Their gold lust drained away as quickly as it had come, and the legend of the Mad King's Trove remains simply that, a legend. But I see you have no intention of letting the story end there. What self-respecting adventurer would? Imagine, the three of us, delving into a decades-old mystery. Tell me the thought doesn't set your heart to racing. You can count on me. Put 'em up. Bring in a box. The news of Doma and Alamigan liberation has kindled the flames of revolution in every corner of the empire. I hear the imperial province of Dalmasca has already risen up in rebellion. Which means the Garleans must surely have their hands full. What better time than now to indulge in such a diversion? Tell us, Erenveld, have we any clues as to where we might begin our search? Well, judging by how the other treasure hunters fared, nosing about the palace isn't like to get us anywhere, so we'll probably need to ask around. Would that be another way of saying no? Well, yes. I see. In that case, I shall pay a visit to the Allied archivists. Request access to the records seized from the Imperials. The Garleans are meticulous about such things. If they uncovered the trove during the occupation, the event is certain to have been recorded. What do you mean, someone else's? In the meantime, the two of you can track down those who worked as palace servants and officials of Theodoric. Given that they would have been at least 20 at the time, you'll be looking for people who have seen 40 summers or more. Anything they can tell you about the king and his bloody deeds may prove useful, so be sure to listen well. Why am I worried about that? Erenville, pray try your luck in the fringes and the pinks, while Atlani makes the rounds in the Alamegan quarter. Ha! And there I was thinking I was party leader. Not that I mind, of course. Let's be about it, eh? We can meet afterwards at Gilbert's Gate. Have you become a treasure hunter, Vlyn? Sure. Good thing I'm used to pirates. Well met, traveler. No, I don't need a chocobo. You know, that makes me want to ask her more. In the palace? No, not me, lass. Surely you've heard stories of the Mad King. He used to hold public executions on the Divine's audience. Anyone, and I mean anyone, suspected of conspiring against the crown was flung from the top of those steps. Suffice it to say that I stayed far away from the palace as possible. I think I would too. That sounds dangerous. You want to hear an old maid stories, do you? Aye, well, most of what I know of the Mad King is common knowledge. We'd only see His Royal Majesty when he denied to attend the executions he'd ordered. And after a while, even watching his enemies die wasn't enough to coax him out of hiding. They say he started seeing assassins in every shadow, and wouldn't set foot outside the palace walls. I was offered work there as a royal servant once, but the mere thought of it left me in a cold sweat. Are you sure you didn't do it this time? I served at the pleasure of King Theodoric. Lived to tell the tale. One of the palace guards I was. Truth be told, it was a dark chapter in my life, one I'd sooner forget. Hardly a night went by when we didn't hear blood-curdling screams echoing from the inner chambers, which, of course, we were under orders to ignore. So we'd stand still as a statue, trying not to imagine what horrors were unfolding within. If you're hell's bent on finding out what happened in the palace, head down the street here and ask old Ernald. He was the king's head scribe. Okay, I have to ask this of you guys, chat. Am I the only one who would find it hilarious if we had a Rogadin with like a lawless squeaky voice one time? I mean, we have a Lalafell with that deep bass voice that you would expect out of a row. Right? That would be absolutely hilarious, and I'd love it one day. We have a couple of Lalas with that deep bass voice that you would expect out of a Rogadin. So why not give a Rogadin one of the Lala squeaky voices? That would be hilarious. Yes, I'm Arnold. What do you want with me? Right? Exactly. You would have me dredge up some decidedly unsavory memories, yet if Alamigo is to move forward, we must needs acknowledge the misdeeds of the past. Very well, I shall tell you what I remember. I take it you know of Theodoric's paranoia and the public execution of his kinsman. Those were terrible enough, but in his last days, the king's fevered mind settled upon an even grislier method of disposal, which only a chosen few were unfortunate enough to witness. His Majesty ordered the court thaumaturge to unleash a vile curse upon the remaining members of the royal family, a magic which transformed them into fiends of hideous aspect. The resulting monstrosities were then cast into the darkness below the palace. Even now my sleep is troubled by nightmares. If others of Theodric's blood were prone to share his madness, then mayhap it is a kindness that the monarchy ended with him. I mean, I'm kind of in agreement. If he was that mad, it's better that no line that may have that chance. I shudder to think of what would happen if anybody else of that line lived. Where are we heading? Oh, just up there? Okay. Oh, I forgot I can fly here. Since we're all here, why don't we share what we've learned? Allow me to begin then. As promised, I scoured the Imperial records for any mention of fantastic treasure and found precisely none. It is just possible, I suppose, that a corrupt official deliberately hid the fact that the trove's discovery, hoping to enrich himself, but I find it rather unlikely that so valuable a find would stay secret for long. I conclude that our prize either does not exist or that the Imperials somehow overlooked it. But what of you, Atlani? Were your investigations any more fruitful? Turned into monsters? What could he mean by this darkness beneath the palace, I wonder? I met an old man in Alagiri who spoke of the palace's subterranean prison, but he said naught but of cursed abominations. The Imperial archives were also silent on the subject of fiends inside the palace grounds. Could this scribe fellow have been spinning a yarn, do you think? Did you believe him, Atlani? His fear seemed genuine. If he was afraid, that does lend credence to the tale, though I'm not sure how that helps us in our search. Do not be so hasty. Arnold's anecdote may very well have told us where the trove is hidden, But ere I share my theory, there is a matter I would clarify. Ehrenfeld, you spoke of light-hearted adventure, but I sense a deeper motive for this expedition. Why are you so intent on finding this treasure? It wasn't all pretense, I swear it, but you're right. My father was in the Imperial Army, a man of Garlean blood, and I trust you know what I mean when I say that my Alamegan mother did not welcome my arrival. As I grew, she would check my brow over and over, convinced that a spot on my skin was an emerging third eye, like the kind you see in pure-blood Garleans. My mother did not care for this taunting reminder of my heritage, and took up a knife. War paint serves to cover the scar. In the end, she turned me out into the street, and I was left to haunt the alleyways of Alamigo, a feral child who got what he needed through begging, cunning, and or worse. The best I can say about the years that followed is that I survived. But I hated the animal I'd become. Eventually, I left the city behind and joined a group of refugees bound for the other side of the wall. It was then that I turned to adventuring, and that road led me into the company of the Scions. Right? I tell you this so that you understand. I know all too well that poverty and hunger can do a I know all too well what a poverty and hunger can do to a person. I drew steel on ordinary folk for a measly crust of bread. With Theodoric's gold I could spare my countrymen the shame of living like that. Thank you, Marinville, and I apologize that cannot have been pleasant to recall, but I felt it best to be clear in our intentions. Well, Atlani, are you content to surrender the treasure of Arenveld's noble cause, and claim the thrill of adventure as your reward? Of course. Then I should be glad to tell you my theory on the resting place of the Mad King's Trove, if you are minded to hear it. Do you even need to ask? I'm having a hard time deciding which part of this outfit is driving me mad. I'm not certain if it's the shoes or if it's the skirt. Right? Not that kind of mad. No. Okay, we have one more slot left open, guys, for doing the Sunken City of Scala. Actually, mayhap it would be better if we first adjourned to a more suitable location. In case a rival treasure hunter overhears our plans, you mean? Good thinking. That was not exactly the reasoning, but 'tis certainly a valid concern. Let us reconvene on the southern edge of Loch Zeld. They can't be bothered to open the door. I'll fly out of here. Right? Well, forgive me. 'Twas not my intention to draw out proceedings. I simply wished to have the lock in sight while I explained things. Prior to the great flood of the sixth umbral calamity, the salt lakes you see before you were yet dry ravines, and this, I believe it or not, was the site of the ancient city of Skala, which rose and fell during the fifth astral era. From what we know of the period, the city was already deserted by the time the waters began to rise, having been all but destroyed by war, yet its ruins remain to this day at the bottom of Loch Seld. It is my belief that the darkness beneath the palace, mentioned by Theodoric's former scribe, was not a reference to the prison, but to a place still further below, the ruins of Skala. I further surmise that the Mad King's unfortunate kinsmen were cast down there not simply out of a desire to punish them, but to discourage exploration. Theodoric wanted to keep the ruins secure. Wait, you're saying they were meant to guard the Mad King's trove? Precisely. And since we know the court thaumaturge was involved, we can safely assume that any entrance into the old city will have been magically concealed. Which would explain how a legion of Imperial soldiers and the gods know how many Alamegans never found a trace of the trove. We, however, have certain advantages which they did not enjoy. Atlani, would you be so good as to swim down to the bottom of the loch and search for an underwater route into the ruins? While you do that, Erenville and I will seek out an ensorcelled portal within the palace. I still want the white and black carbuncle. I know, right? Why are you saying... Oh, I can't mount here. Come on. It's being ornery, guys, and I hate when it does that. You discover a passage that appears to lead underneath the palace foundations. Press on and find out where it goes. You come to a worn stone door standing temptingly ajar. It would appear you have found an entrance to into the subterranean ruins. Atlani, it's Alphino. We have searched the prison beneath the palace and found a teleportation portal concealed by enchantments. The markings indicate it leads to an underground cavern. What news on your end? I found a door. And you believe it leads into the ruins? Then I dare say we will be able to meet within. Go on and head through the door. By the way, I took the liberty of calling on a friend for help. I guarantee she's both dependable and discreet. We'll see you soon. Sunken City of Scala. Or Drowned City of Scala. I love how it becomes a bubble. Wait, my item level's too low? Where am I? Gun Girl! Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Raiders! How is everyone? Oh, I see somebody attempting... Oh no. Frozen! Nakamura, welcome in! How are you? Maya! Sid! No, no. You're dying too much, lady. Although that was a funny conversation beforehand. And that was a funny conversation beforehand, but I hate it. I hate it. Gridania. I'm doing good. How are you? Welcome in, Raiders. I'm Sierra Orsi. If you haven't heard of me before, I'm a variety streamer who mainly streams Final Fantasy XIV. I do the other Final Fantasies, currently working on 6 and 16. I also do a little bit of Monster Hunter and some Dark Tide, and have been occasionally trying my hand at Phasmophobia, although I am the Van Queen. We are currently working on an my alt Atlani, who is still back in post Stormblood. We just finished base Stormblood a little while ago. And if you are coming in... Ooh, nice. I need to get a group for Saturday, because I want to do reclears on M2 and finally get M3. Hopefully finally get M3, because we've made it to Fuse Fields. It's been a little bit, but we were having issues with our reclears last night. Oh, actually, why am I... You know what? I don't care. I know, it's okay though. We'll get ya. Ooh, nice. That is a interesting fight, is all I'm gonna say. Nope, not that one. Right? I'll listen to the Husky version. Oh, of course it went all in there. I may or may not have a problem, guys, with my inventory. Just a minor one. Why are we being stared at? I need to sell stuff. Inventory issues I approve. At least I get decent a lot of this, but I still need to sell it all. Let's see if it'll allow me to go. Hey, look at that. Nope. I don't mind it. I just prefer the husky version. Have a good night. And yes, if anybody from Maya's raid party needs to step away, go do some R&R, post-stream R&R. Thank you. Or needs to, go grab snacks, go to the bathroom, get something to drink. Please do so. And thank you for bringing your community here. Have a good night, Maya. Wait. Okay. Oh, I did it, dumb. Okay. That was how that went. My Bahamut! Yeah. I'm trying to get used to using Summoner a bit more. That's why I made a character that's based around the idea of a Summoner. Right? I'm being stared at, guys. Wake up, baby girl. Wake up. Yummy. You go potty, baby. I may need to step away for just a second, guys. There's a certain four-legged puppy. After we get this done, though. And then I'll go let her out. Yeah, she needs out. I'll be right back, guys. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about... Oh. Da-da-da-da-da. Okay, making sure. Sorry, guys. Ah! This is what I get for puppy interruption. Yankees. I didn't see, was that one the fat cat or the one that showed the monster inside? Right. Bahamut! Itch. Itch. Mm-mm. Hi, yummies. I really do miss having to fly across that. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to dodge that. Where's that baby girl? Where's that baby girl? What are you chewing on, babies? Yummy. Oh, was I looking? God damn it. I'm getting distracted. I mean, I was paying attention. That was just me being distracted a little bit. I'm sorry! He did really, really good. Or I should say they did.
would appear this place is yet inhabited by King Theodoric's kin, or what is left of them. The work of terrible magics, I fear.
Terrible, aye. But their misfortune is our fortune?
Quite. By the 12, there is even more than I imagined.
That's a creepy picture.
Oh, I can't wait to see the look on Lisa's face. Thanks for believing in me, you two.
That is a creepy, creepy picture. Right? You're not wrong. Arnveld and I tried to do our fair share, but I fear you ended up bearing the bulk of the burden as usual. You truly led the way with your adventuring prowess, my friend. Without your help, I reckon we'd still be fumbling about in the dark. I'm glad I called on you. I must say, I'm still reeling at the sight of that mountain of riches. What? Like how you reeled at the sight of that floating scepter, you mean? I wish you could have seen the look on on your own face, Alphino. I almost tripped over that. Must we dwell on such momentary lapses? We found the Mad King's trove, and that is all that matters. Him and Alize, always. Anytime they look like mildly out of the norm of what they look like before you, they're always like, no, you didn't see that or hear that. It's so funny. The measure of our reach. All jesting aside, we must tell people the good news, and I think Elise should be the first. Seconded, she is bound to be delighted. If I'm no longer needed, then I shall take my leave. Of course, do not let us keep you. Thanks again, and say hello to Vama for me. Now then, there is to be a meeting of representatives from across Alamigo, so Lise is sure to be in the city. Shall we seek her out? Oh, is this that solo instance? Nah. Or we have to fight Lakshmi? Again? Oh, you three look pleased with yourselves. What you've been up to? I'm glad you asked. Lise, and I'm glad you asked, Lise, and I'm pretty sure you're going to like the answer. You're joking. The Mad King's Trove. I thought it was a myth. So did plenty of people, but then didn't have Atlani. But they didn't have Atlani and Alphino in their party. The credit for finding it should really go to them. As for what to do with it, I vote that it go towards alleviating the suffering of Alamigo's poor. Gods, if there's as much as you say. Heronville didn't exaggerate, I assure you. We could not hope to carry even a fraction of it out on our own. I have taken the liberty of sketching out a rough map of the ruins. If you will assemble a squad of your most trusted freedom fighters, We should be able to follow the route to where the treasure lies. Understood. I'll make sure every coin is accounted for, and that goes for the spending of it as well. Thank you. Oh, and there's one more thing. When the time comes to draw up a plan for distributing the spoils, I would ask that you consult Alphino. I don't have a head for details. I'm not educated. I see that simply handing out sacks of gil won't solve everything, but I couldn't rightly tell you what to do instead. Oh, I know the feeling. I'd welcome any advice that you could give us, Alphino. Of course, I shall be at your disposal. Commander, we've got a problem! Deep breath, then tell me what's happened. A mob's gathered outside headquarters, and they've started making demands. You'd best come and see for yourself.
Step back, all of you!
Like hells we will! We know who you've got in there!
We're not leaving till you hand her over!
Bring her out! Bring her out!
What's going on? Someone let slip about Fedora.
It's true then! The bitch really is in there! I knew it! I bloody knew it! We demand vengeance! Bring her out! Today we butcher the butcher!
Come on, you don't mean that! We'd be no better than the Imperials if you'd all just calm down! Calm down! That monster and her thrice-damned skulls dragged my man from our home and beat him to death in the street!
Aye! And my dad! That bitch has spilt enough blood to fill a lock!
We all know her crimes. She's a traitor and a murderer. How many of your resistance friends have died at her hands, eh? And here you are, protecting her!
So that's what all the fuss is about. Hearken to me, brothers and sisters of Alamigo.
Hey, who's this?
That's the Bull of Alamigo.
My friends, you are not alone in your anger, your grief, your despair, for it is mine as well. That gnawing pain in your breast, it is enough to bring an old bull to his knees. But I ask you, brothers and sisters, to think not only of the family and friends who were cut down before your very eyes, but to think also of the ones who were abducted, the ones who may yet live. Where were they taken? What became of them? These questions demand answers. I share your thirst for justice, for vengeance. But we will gain only fleeting satisfaction if we give in to our base appetites. We will never know the truth. Now is the time that we, the people of Alamigo, must decide what manner of nation we will build for ourselves and for generations yet unborn. When they look to our example, will they see a people who held fast to their principles, or one who cast them aside when tried? I say to you, it is our responsibility to give these prisoners a fair trial, that they might answer to all of Alamigo. The Garleans called us savages, and I'll be damned if we prove them right.
I know you're right. I do. But I can't.
Go Rabon, go Rabon, go Rabon. We love you, Rabon. Fordola and her skulls may have aspired to be imperial citizens, but they were born Alamegan. To their countrymen, they are traitors and of the worst kind. She tried, but Leas has never been really one for words. She's been one for actions. Raubon has had the practice of being a politician. Most political things go right over Lisa's head. The butcher has much to answer for, but to simply drag her from her cell and slaughter her in the street, General Alden is right. Thank the gods for General Alden. Thank the gods General Alden arrived when he did. Any later and we would have had a riot on our hands. After 20 years of imperial rule, 'tis no surprise that that people should seek a target for all their pent-up rage and grief. I only wish I knew the solution. My thanks, Rabon. Listening to their anger, I could feel myself being swept away. 'Tis a difficult tide to stem. 'Twas the same rage which brought us to our feet, and carried us to victory, but now the war is over. All that the unspent fury is being channeled into vengeance. Aye, and it's not just here. We've reports of mobs forming all over. They've been targeting folk known to have cooperated with the Gallians. It starts with insults most often, then someone picks up a stone. Some industrious souls even thought to seek out the graves of Xenos and his officers. It was grim. I want to build a country where everyone, regardless of race or origin, can live side by side in peace. But maybe the time isn't right. Maybe people just aren't ready. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. The representatives will be here soon, and I'll be damned if I'm going to give up before I even begun. Who are these representatives exactly? Oh, elders, refugee leaders, and the like. It wouldn't be right for us to dictate the nation's future on our own, so we've planned a summit of sorts. We even invited the Ananta and the Kikiran to participate. Alamigo stands at the crossroads, and this meeting will decide which path it takes. The matter of Fordola's sentence cannot be suffered to disrupt proceedings. I can't talk. Yeah, exactly. It's hard to calm down an angry crowd, and then you gotta have the right words and, well, demeanor, as to put it plainly. Then let's execute her and be done with it. She herself asked to be put to death. Nago, I already explained why we wouldn't do that. Sending her to the gallows might satisfy people right now, but where would it end? Should we round up everyone who collaborated and everyone who didn't resist? Then there would be no one left, and we'd be no better than Theodric and Xenos. Begging your pardon, but might I be allowed to speak with Fordula? I only caught a glimpse of her pass, a moment of it, anyway, during the fight. She's done terrible things, aye, unforgivable things, but in some ways, she's a victim of the circumstances in which she was born, and that's something I can understand. All right, speak with the prison guard when you're ready, and I'll come and join you. I want to talk to her too. I'll return to my other duties then. We've barely begun to investigate the facility where they gave Fordula her powers. Be fairly warned, friends, she will test you. Don't let your emotions color your judgment when she does. I find it funny. You're not even the one who asked to go in. It was Erenvild and Lise decided to go with, but you're the one who has to start it. I think it best if I stay outside and keep watch for troublemakers. After what that woman did to Mefrid and Commander Kemp, I'd struggle not to throttle her. Speak with the god, and we'll all go in together. Why am I being volunteered? I've no great wish to save Fordula, even if I could, but there's more to her than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. If you will have me, I have a mind to attend this interview as well. Why is it a group? You have the commander's permission to enter, then. I'm gonna go blow my nose really quick, but I'm gonna let this play.
Well, well, well. So many visitors. Come to have a good laugh, have you? Or do you mean to put me out of my misery? To finish what you started? It's about bloody time.
That's not why we're here, no. Do you remember what I said? How I promised you you'd live long enough to see us win our freedom? Well, I meant it. And not to mock you either.
You're wasting your time. All of this is pointless! There's no reason to keep me alive, and you know it! I killed your men. I killed my men. And you know what my only regret is? That I didn't kill you when I had the chance!
That's a lie, and you know it. You think we can't tell what you're trying to do? That we're blind? Yeah, you're a fool, but you're not stupid. You're ruthless. Relentless. You'd give up anything and everything to get what you want. You didn't come this far, climbing over the bodies of your own brothers and sisters just to piss it all away. I see you, Fedora. I see you for what you are.
Come along, Fadola. We mustn't be late. The Imperial Viceroy will be attending today's banquet.
that Gaius like? Is he nice? Are you friends?
There you go again with all your questions. Lord Gaius is a great and honourable man who looks after all of Alamigo. He's very busy, and if we don't hurry, we'll miss our chance to see him.
Filthy tin-head lovers.
Father, what did that man call us?
The little tin-head lover doesn't know what she is, eh? A traitor, sweetheart. A backstabbing bitch who'd gladly betray her kith and kin to gnaw on what few scraps the Imperials deign to toss her. Like your bastard father and whore mother.
That's not true! My parents are good people! They've never done anything like that!
Oh, but they were quick to help themselves and their bitch spawn, weren't they? You're just as guilty as them.
Fadola!
Traitors!
Please! You have to do something! My husband and daughter are in danger!
Soldiers of the Imperial Army are under no obligation to intervene in the disputes of arms.
We're citizens! We have rights!
Ah!
I'm scared.
It's all right. It's all right. They don't understand, but they'll see in time. They'll see that this is the only way to survive. Traitors! Traitors!
Let the savages have their fun. They'll be more compliant once they've tired themselves out.
Fadola, please! You already have citizenship. Why would you want to become a soldier? Oh, gods! What have you done to your face?
Forgotten it already, have you? I'm honouring Father's memory.
By telling the world that you know better than a common savage.
Am I though, Mother? Are any of us? Can't you see? Citizenship means nothing to them. If you're not a pure-blood Garlean, you're no different from any other savage. So I'll play the part. I'll join the Legion and I'll make them respect me. And when the mob see that, they'll think twice before throwing their stones. Ransford, Rudolph, Emlyn. It's time. It'll be hard. Humiliating. They'll try to break us. Send us crawling back to our own kind. But we won't, no matter what. We'll bleed for them, die for them if we have to. We'll do whatever it takes to be free!
So, you mean to play the part one last time, eh? The unrepentant traitor whose death will serve to unite the people?
Shut up.
You had every chance to kill yourself. Fashion a noose from your clothes. Wait for the guards to leave you alone long enough to slip it over your neck.
I said shut up!
Oh, but then it would have all been for nothing, wouldn't it? Whatever it takes. That's what you said.
Been in my head, have you? Had a little peek at my past?
Not by choice.
A few stolen memories tell you everything you need to know, do they? Don't you dare patronize me! You don't know a god's damned thing about the life I've led! The bastards that killed him. The bastards that let it happen. My father deserved better! I swore I'd do whatever it took to make them pay!
Payback.
You. All that power. All that pain. It's too much. Too much for anyone. The things they've done to you. The lies. The betrayal. The endless fighting. Yet there you stand. Unbroken. How? Why?
For those I've lost and those I can yet save.
Damn you. Damn you all.
You still have time, Fordola. Think about how you want to spend it. Let's go.
That is such a hard scene. Lisa's lost in thought. I don't know that we solved anything exactly, but we've given Foldola something to think about at least. Aye, and I've found something new to think about too. I don't know about you, Atlani, but the visions only come to me every now and then. From the way Foldola kept wincing, though, I get the feeling she's having them almost all the time. That's a lot of bad memories to deal with. Welcome back! Meej! I wonder, could there be some fundamental difference between one who is born with the echo and one who has been artificially imbued with it? Well, the Multiflames have been scouring the research facility ever since the liberation. There's a chance they might have some answers for us. General Alden's there overseeing the investigation. Let's go and pay him a visit, shall we? Seeing this facility, I am reminded of what they did to Cryle. We received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Ugh. They should burn this place to the ground and be done with it. So many bodies. That is a lot of bodies. Holy cow. What news? You spoke with Fordola, I take it. Yes, as expected. She didn't say very much, but it wasn't a total waste of time. Erenville noticed something odd about her. He thinks she might be having visions almost constantly, which is not how the echo normally works. Have you found anything here which might explain why it's so different for her? We've been hard pressed to just organize the research materials, let alone study them. To be frank, I'd welcome the Scion's expert assistance if you have time to lend a hand. So many bodies, every one of them a victim of these experiments. Few show any signs of external injury. From what we've been able to determine, they perished from forcible ether extraction. Such a miserable way to die. The device in which Cryle was held seems even more ominous now you know its purpose. The surrounding pods are marked Supply Subject, while this one bears the symbol Master Subject. The Ironworks received a request from the Alliance to analyze these devices, and I've been recording everything of interest. Did you notice the labeling? All the pods are designed to drain the ether of the occupant, save that one right there. Unlike the others, the interior has been fitted with an array of sensors to measure etheric wave formations. To what purpose, however, I couldn't tell you. I know little and less of science, so any light you can shed on this facility's operation should be much appreciated. Atlani, shall we start with you? Taking in combination with the testimonies of Kryl and Thancred, I do begin to see exactly what the Imperials were attempting here. The enhancement procedure entailing infusing a single candidate with ether siphoned from a multitude of supply subjects. As for the master subject, in this case Kryl, the patterns of her etheric activity would provide the model upon which they would artificially engineer the candidate's aura. In other words, they were trying to recreate Kryl's echo. I believe so, which would explain our prisoner's present state. Kryl is possessed of an unrivaled ability to hear the whispers of the soul, and it seems probable that the procedure engendered the same acute sensitivity in Fordola. The soldiers who guard Fordola, many of them lost friends and family to the skulls. And there's a sentry at her door, night and day. If she can't help sensing their thoughts and seeing their past. But you don't just see their past, you live it. All the emotions, all the pain, imagine what it'd do to you. You'd never be the same again. Indeed, as you may recall, Isael was completely transformed by a single glimpse of Horacefelder's past. Fordola has been forced to experience the agony of those whose lives she destroyed. The guilt must be unbearable. That explains her request to be executed. Sounds to me like a kind of justice. Regardless, she can suffer on for now. We have more pressing matters to consider. If the results of these experiments have been relayed back to Garlemald, there will be naught to stop the Empire from repeating the trick. They could give the echo to anyone, to an entire legion. We must be ready. We must learn all we can from these gods-forsaken procedures, and Fordola remains our best source of information. She'll not be getting her wish, not yet. Right. Keep faith, lass. If you're to convince others to follow you, you must believe what you're telling them. People will respond to passion, but not if it's feigned. I understand. Thank you, General. We should leave the flames to it. Let's go. I might have to call it here soon because I do have work in the morning, but I do want to get some leveling done on her. I go looking for answers about the Echo and end up getting schooled by Raban. Yet more evidence that I don't know what I'm doing. It's no wonder people listen to him and not me. General Alden is a veteran of countless campaigns, Lise. You cannot compare yourself to a commander of his experience. Yeah, I'll do some stuff. I know, but I also know that I couldn't have convinced that mob to give up and go home. It makes me realize how much we rely on his authority and how much I still have to learn. I wonder what he'll do when everything is settled here. I mean, it is his home, man. After going to the trouble of winning it back, he might not want to stay. This is a quandary which countless refugees now face. To continue the life they built in Ul'dah, or start again in the land of their birth. Atlani, a moment! I am newly returned from Ul'dah with a message from the Sultana. Her Grace desires an audience with you. She understands that you have responsibilities here, but asks that you visit the palace at your earliest convenience. Well, I must away and attend to other business. Until next time, my friends. An audience with the Sultana, depending on the nature of her consultation, this might be the perfect opportunity to inquire about the General's future plans. Yes, we'd all like to know about those, Alphino, but not everyone's as comfortable interrogating royalty as you. Take no notice of him, Atlani. Except for there's a problem with that thought process. Okay, so with that, what was that about? I'm going to go ahead and read out, guys. And we're going to call it here because I want to just chill out before I go to bed. So who do we want to go raid tonight? I see a Zor on. But we raided her last. Oh! This is too convenient. I have to do it. We're going to go raid E-Bunny B. She's currently hanging out with Zordon. And thank you all for dropping by. Friday, I will be doing 16 again. And then after this, my schedule will be changing. I don't know what I'm going to be doing, so I'm going to be chatting out at some point this weekend with the mods and see what we want to do and how we want to work this out. Because Ninja has plans. So thank you all for dropping by. Love you all. Be kind to yourselves and to each other, and see you all on Friday.